Hello, hello, hello. Hope you're all having a wonderful day. Welcome to the stream. If it's your first time, this is going to be very chill. We're just making some code happen, basically. Hope you all enjoyed yesterday's video. Sorry if I've been a bit busy. The video did like absurdly well. So yeah, it's been a very busy Monday. But yeah, today's plan, I don't know how much of it I'm going to get through because it's a bunch of pretty big features. The first thing I want to do, I'm going to show it actually, is this thing. So last stream, which was 2 weeks ago, because the last week I was a bit sick, unfortunately. So 2 weeks ago we worked on stat blocks. So we do have stat blocks now. We can roll attacks. Okay, I'm not above the attacks. That's cool. We can share traits, etc. So that's cool. But we had a loot table, and currently on the website. So this is the dev version. So it has a few more features, but the live version doesn't actually do anything with the loot. It just shows you what you can do with it. I've started working a bit on Sunday on an actual UI so you can roll on the loot tables. So far it looks like this. It's not working, but it's like a start. It's a start. We're just getting started with this. It should look nice by the time we're finished with it. But yeah, that's kind of the idea, is just making it really easy for you to roll loot for your monsters. The second thing I want to try to do, if we have time, so we've worked a bit on the gadget system, which right now looks like a bit of a mess. If you go to the actual rules in there, yeah, it's a bit of a complete mess. The idea was we replaced energy as the limiting factor for gadgets with space. So the idea is you have like an image that you will that would be the background of the gadget, and you would drag and drop different components on the gadget to explain how it works, and then you could share the image with the rest of your party, basically. And that is probably going to take more time than I have today. So let's try to do those two things. First of all, the loot tables. That transition was pretty slick. Thank you. I've worked a bit with OBS before. I used to commentate fighting game tournaments for a while, but I had never set it up myself, and it's a whole lot more work than I thought it would be. Somehow. Like, just coming up with the playlist at the bottom, fighting out songs that wouldn't get me flagged on YouTube, that kind of matched the vibe for Flareful. That took like an entire weekend. But yeah, let's get started with this thing. So first thing I noticed is, so I kind of started working on this thing on Sunday. I kind of wanted to get some stuff done. It's just I was a bit of a bundle of nerves because of the upcoming YouTube video. I didn't know how well it would do. Thankfully, it did pretty damn good. But yeah. I dig the circumstance tactic exchange. Yeah, that's kind of a work in progress. I don't know if it's gonna stay, but yeah, we have this little system in there. Kind of an AI is the way I've seen you describe it for Vagabond. By default, it's in easy mode, but you can also see we have medium and hard mode, so you can use the same monsters, potentially with more experienced groups of players or with players of a higher level, kind of just to make the same stat block more useful to more people, basically. But yeah, the first thing I noticed is the vertical alignment on this thing is completely wrong. So let's fix that real quick. Just like this. It should have fixed it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. We are trying to make this a good game. It is a lot of work, but yeah, at least it's a lot of fun. What else did I want to fix? Oh yeah, so you can have loot which is either one item, so you can link to the item, etc. Or you can have a category of item and then a max level of tech. So that's kind of like the rarity in 5e parlance, basically. And I've just noticed that I think there's only a single Tech 1 peripheral. Yep, that's a cable. And then there's a single Tech 1 sensor. So I'm probably... That's not the UI itself, but I realize I probably need to make this a Tech 2 thing. Otherwise, there's no point in it being an item category. So... humanoids. Peripheral and sensor, we're just gonna bump that max tech to 2, and it should already be a bit more useful, hopefully. There we go. Okay, now we have an actual random table worth rolling on. Qualities just seem to work out so much better for futuristic settings. It's the wording just clicks. Yeah, that's kind of a thing I've wondered is, until now, I've only had this concept of tech level for items. So the idea is if I go to objects, every single item in the game has a tech level, which is basically if it's tech 1, anyone can make it. Tech 2, you need to have a perk in order to craft it. Tech 3, you need to have a second perk, which is even more specialized. And then tech 4, it has become impossible to craft this item since the flare. Tech 5, it shouldn't be possible to craft these items. At least the technology did not exist before the flare. So that's kind of how I have it set up right now. But then, I think it might have been last stream actually. Yeah, we worked on prisms, which are kind of these settings spells of sorts. It's kind of like the blueprints of a 3D printer made of holograms. But all of these, the entire point is you can't make them anymore. So all of them are at least Tech 4. Which is kind of weird because it doesn't give me a whole lot of leeway to make stuff. There's not going to be a whole lot of variety if all I'm doing is tech level. There probably should be like some kind of a quality metric. I personally like using slots for creating custom stuff. Oh, you got a spaceship system. Yeah, the usual problem with these is how do you represent them on paper? But I think, like, if I do it right, if I just make it like a pretty easy grid system, it should be possible for me to just give you like a black and white PDF with all of the gadgets on it and all of the frames for the gadgets on them. And you should be able to just do some college stuff. For one, it's only one. You'll have more items in Tech 1 rarity eventually. Maybe. I don't want to have too many items in the game, because every time you add items, it just makes the game harder to learn. So I'm trying to make sure that every single item fulfills a very different function. And eventually I'm just gonna run out of functions, you know? Like, I can't make... Like, I could make 300 items, and just keep selling you items every couple of months, but I don't think that's gonna make the game any better, to be honest. Print out and cut out the custom stuff you can lay over the inventions. Yeah, on the web it's so much easier, because on the web I can just generate images on the fly, and then you can copy paste those images and send them to your friends and stuff. So at least on the web it's really easy to do this stuff. It just I need to make this game playable even if you're not on the web, you know. Okay, so the next part of this little loot table project is probably making this randomize button actually work. Right now it's not doing anything if I click on it. So I go to the loot dialog, find the button. This shouldn't be too hard, so on click. I need to figure out if you're rolling on an item category or on a single item. Because if you're rolling on a single item, I'm just gonna roll the quantity. If you're rolling in a category, I also need to roll the item. So if you're rolling an item, set quantity by item, I'm just copying the rest of the table. But then, for this item in particular, loot.item.id, do I have a random function that kind of works for this, like a random between two values? I think I might have it somewhere here. I do not. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy paste this. Mouse Reader's inventory management system is probably the strongest encumbrance system on the market. I think I've seen it. I should probably not Google that on stream, just to be sure. Mouse Reader character sheet, just so we can illustrate this. Yeah, it's those 6 items. Yeah, I remember that. I remember reading that if you fill your entire inventory, you drop to 0 hit points. Is that system? Because that was the only thing that kind of made me raise an eyebrow. But other than that, yeah, it's really good. It's just limiting you to a very small scope, so you don't just completely break your brain trying to remember every single item on your inventory. What's the mission today? So today we're basically just doing some code. I am trying to make this loot table more interactive, more easy to use. Right now it's only visual. What I want to make it do, hopefully, is down there at the bottom. I want to have like a select button where you can choose a campaign you are the GM of. And then if you are the GM of that campaign, you can directly click one button to add all of this loot table to that party's inventory. Because one of the things we did, I think it was on the very first stream, was we added the possibility to have an inventory for a campaign. So this is the party loot. If I add an item in there, every single player in that campaign is going to be able to see it, to take it for their own inventory, etc. And the idea is I would use this loot table to add items to that party inventory, which would make things so much easier to run. Okay, so in order to actually roll this loot, this is the easy part at least. So this I'm doing either way. I'm doing whether or not the item is, well, the row in the loot table is an item or a category. So that part is easy. But then the other part, if it's a category, why is it angry at me? Number or Boolean? Oh, that's because I'm an idiot. Okay, so now we are rolling quantity. If I save, there we go. We only have quantities of ×1, so that's not really doing much. I'm not taking the odds of this item being present into account, so let me just do that real quick. That's the easy part. Then I'm gonna need to roll on the item table as well. Okay, so now... Oh, okay. Yeah, I should take into account is present here. So if it's present, you set it to the quantity that you rolled. Otherwise, you set it to 0, rather than just not changing anything. There we go. So now 50% of the time I'm getting a pistol, 50% of the time I'm not. That's exactly the behavior you want. Cool. Then let's roll on the item by category. Okay, the fact it managed to guess that is insane. The autocomplete we get as developers is pretty nice. Now, yeah. It is doing the thing. Cool. I'm wondering why sometimes it's selecting none of them? Is that whenever there's a 0? No, here I have a 0, but I still get an item. So there's a bug here. I forgot, is it D20 or D100? It's neither. It is a D10. At least for now. I don't know how long it's gonna stay a D10, but for now that's kind of the idea. You roll a D10. And anything 8 or above is easy, 10 or above medium, 12 or above hard. That's kind of how I set it up, at least. One thing I kind of wish I did is I kind of want to take luck into account because it's one of the attributes of the game. Right now it's not really taken into account in this D10 system, but for now at least it works, so we'll see. Maybe I'm gonna change it at the last second. D10 roll high, yeah. It's basically D20, except you get more crits, because crits are fun, and I'm an idiot, goopy goblin gamer brain, and I like crits. So... why is it not selecting anything here? it's selecting an item between 0 and the length of the array, so it should work. Let me just print out what this does, just to debug it, see how it works. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we print this. Want to move to the other side. Console. Let's just clear this out so it's actually readable. Okay, 2, 3, 0. Oh, it's giving me a 4 sometimes, which is fine. A 4 is actually fine. I just don't want it to give me an undefined. It's not giving me an undefined, so I really don't get what's happening here. The joys of dev. I think it's funny how so many games are scaling like 10% to 100% on crit, but so many games are scared to go above 5%. Eh. I'm just like, here's the thing, in D&D, which results do you remember? Do you remember the 7s and the 13s, or do you remember the 1s and the 20s? Personally, I remember the 1s and the 20s, so that's the kind of result I want to happen at least some of the times. Like, they can't happen too much, otherwise they lose their impact. But 10% is fine. It's just 10%. Let me close that, it's not useful anymore. This is really weird. Oh, it's because I trusted the autocomplete. And I shouldn't do that. Let that be a lesson to you all. Because I'm not actually scrolling through every single item in that list. I'm only scrolling through items in that list that are of a tech level of 2 or lower. So when this is undefined, it just means it fell on an item with a tech level that's probably more than 2. Let me just declare that somewhere so I can have it. So if it's a single item, empty array, otherwise items by type with the type of the loot, and then you filter where the item tech level is no greater than the loot dot max tech. Okay, so that is the array of items that I'm going to have to pick a random member of. And then I need to move all of this nonsense inside the parentheses. And then I probably forgot something to make it close just right. Yep. Okay, so this guy then closing parentheses. We are good. You remember them because they're uncommon. Yeah, for sure. Like, if they happened most of the time, that wouldn't be super common, but it's fine. 20%, like 10% plus 10%, it's still relatively memorable. At least at my tables, it has been fine. And then for attacks, I use a completely different thing, which definitely does have those very rare moments. If I can find the actual rules for attacks. Yeah, there we go. So for attacks, this is a system where you don't do attack rolls. You just roll the damage, and that is how much damage you deal. Super simple. But if you roll the maximum damage on a weapon, let's take any single weapon, for example. So the fisticuffs, super easy. You roll 1d4, but if you roll a 4, it explodes. And then if you roll a 4 again, it explodes again. And that's what crits are called, basically. It's just you roll a bunch of damage. So sometimes you get like 20 damage on the d4. Hey Trek, letting you know that the stream is encouraging me to keep developing my own platform. Yeah, there we go. We need more tools. We're in the 21st century. Leave the books behind. Come to the digital age and then watch it all burn because of a solar flare. Hey Trek, what's the function I'm looking for in Excel to make a cell search for a value in an array of cell? It depends. Okay, I'm gonna show you something pretty cool. If you go to spreadsheets.new, or I think it's spreadsheet.new, it creates a new Google Sheet. And you have an array with a bunch of stuff in it. So I don't know how it works in Excel, but Google Sheets has this thing, which I would not recommend using unless you know what this does. Actually, I need to put this here, I think. But yeah, you can do that. It's just, if you do this, people will look at you funny and call you a robot. Can I take reference from your setting from Flareful because I create a campaign in post-apocalyptic setting too? So this is a book. Well, a book. This is a setting that I'm eventually going to sell. Right now I'm kind of just building the foundations, and then I will bring people who actually know how to write something other than code to help me with the world building. So, like, you can use it as an inspiration, just don't copy paste, because it would make my team angry. Boop, boop, boop. So now I have the category, so I should probably use it here as well as in the options. Okay, the website is not angry at me anymore. I think we can test this. Okay, I'm not getting any empty results anymore. That's cool. So the individual randomize on a line works. Now I'm gonna need to hook up that button so that it randomizes the entire table. Which tells me I should probably extract some of that logic inside of a function so I can just use it. Does the object I'm looking for, does it have a name? Loot schema. It does not, it's just this nonsense. So I'm gonna have to find it another way. So creature loot number, and that should be the right shape. There we go. And I'm just bringing all of this over here. Probably need to bring this so I don't recalculate it every single time. There we go. So now this thing becomes randomize item with the loot and the category. This shouldn't have changed anything, it should still work. There we go. But now, since it's a function, I get to call it here. Probably in a loop. There we go. I'm going to have to recalculate the category here, but that's easy enough. And that is unfortunately not going to work. Yeah, because the way my state management works is every time you call it, it overrides the last result. That's unfortunate. But if I do this, I think it should work. But it really did not like this. Why did it not like this? Oh, I just need to tell it that it's actually an object. This is probably sounding like absolute gibberish. But yeah, now we can roll for every single item at the same time. And you just found a street lamp in the pockets of this random scavenger. I'm probably going to need some kind of a size limit as well. Oops. I forgot that was an option. The options here, at least, they're pretty sensible. But yeah, the street lamp probably shouldn't be. Yeah, I probably shouldn't be able to loot an electric gate inside of some random dude's pockets. Oops. How do I pull this off? Because I think gadgets are the only item type where I actually have a size. Where's my gadgets? Huh. Okay, so I'll add a max size argument. That's probably going to need to be optional. So max size. Oh, this is. I need to change this a bit. This is ugly. There we go. Okay, this looks a bit better now. So first, let's actually display the size in the loot table. In this thing over here. So plus. So if the loot has a max size, you go loot dot max size or smaller. Otherwise, nothing. So that should display it here, except I'm not actually using it in the actual stat block. So I go back to my stat block declaration. I want a max size of small. And then same for this one. I also want, so now it's displayed here. I also want to display here. So that's in my stat block. And it's around here. So if the loot has a max size, then it is that size or smaller. Otherwise, I don't display anything. And there we go. So now that it's actually displayed, I can use it here in the calculation of the category. If size is in the item, this is ugly and it's not going to work yet. I don't have a list of sizes. Where would that be? That would be in items. Size schema. It is here. Why can't I import it? Oh, size list instead of sizes list. Okay. This should work. Just give it a couple seconds so the compilator, yeah, agrees with me. So if I go to the loot table, I shouldn't find a street light in that loot table. Cool. I just need to make sure that this filter is the same in the randomize all button. Which means I should probably turn that into a function. Just so I don't like end up writing the same bit of code in two different places. Here and then here. And now if I randomize all, I still shouldn't get a street light. Cool. Okay, so this thing works. And like, if you're using pen and paper and just using the what's it called, the website as an aid. Like, yeah, that is a perfectly functioning loot table. But that is not the end of this little project, because what I want to do next is to have it detect the list of campaigns that you're running. Why is it angry at me? What did I do? What did I break? I think I need to sign out and in again. That looks like a bug. Oh yeah, that looks like... Let me just sign out and in again. Real quick. I'm gonna do that off stream. Okay, I broke something, so you know what we do. We're software engineers here. We're gonna do a turn off and turn on again. This is called an expert maneuver. Because there's absolutely no reason this thing just stopped working all of a sudden. There we go. That was no bug. I just hope it doesn't happen on the actual website. Okay, so I need the list of campaigns that you have joined. I basically just need their IP and their name. So what query is that? I should have it somewhere. Server campaigns. So I already have a get campaigns thing I could use, but that gives me a whole lot more information than I need. Do I use that and make maintaining the code a whole lot easier on me? Or do I create a new one? Yeah, I think I'll create a new one. Does it have any input? Nope, it's just a query. Why is it angry at me? Oh, I need parentheses. Okay. We are good to go. So, I need to get my database. Thank you, autocomplete. Where the user ID is you. But I believe the rules page is visible even if you're not logged in, so I need to make sure that if the user ID is undefined. Oh, then it should be a public procedure. I think, because otherwise it's just gonna send you an error if you're not logged in. Yeah. So if you're not logged in, Hello. The flares are indeed falling. We're doing the loot table right now. We have random loot. Why is it angry at me? Okay, that's a lot of errors. Oh. Just needed to do that. Okay. That's it. Then I only need the name and the ID. Let me do things properly so I actually have what nerds call full type inference. There we go. And then we just return that. And this should be... Oh, this should be the right type. Okay, let's make it a bit prettier, just because it's not readable right now. Okay, now it's readable. Cool. That's just making my life easier for later. What's the compiler you use? Just TypeScript. The Facebook thing. No, it's not Facebook. It's Microsoft. Oh God, I'm having a brain fart right now. Who's making TypeScript? I think it's Microsoft. Yeah. Hang on. My dev street cred. No. Yeah, by Microsoft. Okay. Yeah, it's just JavaScript except with types, which is really good if you're a bad developer, and I am a bad developer because it prevents you from making really bad mistakes. At least it helps you. You can still make really bad mistakes, but now you have less of an excuse. Okay, so I have this new endpoint. I just need to actually use it now. So if I go back to my loot dialog, I am in my loot dialog. It's fine. It's the morning. I need to actually use it. So TRPC dot campaigns, owned campaigns, and then use query, and that should be all I need. Like it to avoid writing tests. So here's the thing. Me too, right? I like not having to write tests, but I still did because sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. Where is it? This entire thing. It's so many tests. It's also not working because I have not updated the tests since the first time they have worked. But don't tell this to my manager. I don't have a manager. That will make your task very easy. Okay, so what do I want this thing to look like? Probably just a label that says campaign, and then a select button that says the name of the campaign, and then a button that says add to that campaign's shared loot. Yeah, let's do that. Unit tests are important. I'm always using them. I use them all the time. Using them right now. I never don't. The amount of insistence you have on this would definitely take more than one hand to count. Absolutely. So here's the thing: when it comes to testing in software, I kind of have the same approach that a lot of people do, which is the code is already telling you what it does. I pretty much only use tests when the code is complicated enough that just by reading the code I don't get what it does. It's kind of how I picture it. So the thing I'm using tests on for this project, for example, if I go to a character sheet, I have this little thing where in order for the experience to be good, right, to be enjoyable for the people, you can make a bunch of edits at the same time and you know, like type a bunch of stuff, and then you don't have a save button, right? It just sort of happens. So if I reload the page, all of those changes are still here. Hopefully. Except, apparently I made a mistake, and oh no. In theory, if I do this, and I wait a couple seconds, and then I reload, yeah, my nonsense is still here. Okay, cool. And the infrastructure for this is a bit more complex for my primate brain to understand. So yeah, for this, I actually wrote a bunch of tests. There's an easy way to test your code. Does it work? That's the thing, right? If writing the code is the fastest way to test your code, then write tests. If it isn't, just do the tests by hand. It's really that easy, for me at least. Uh-oh. Don't worry, it's not bugged. It's just I didn't understand what I was testing. Anyway, that's my excuse. Oh, that's a typo. So you state the target campaign is just going to be an ID. So just empty string, I guess. options are going to be... what did I call this? Campaign's query. The data, which should already be the right type, except we don't know if it's here yet. So the label is going to be the campaign name, and the value is going to be campaign ID. If a real programmer had to look at my code, they would cry. Listen, this is one of the reasons I took so long to make Battle Sim open source. It's just I looked at the code for Battle Sim, and then I really didn't want anyone to see this mess. But apparently, I didn't have that much scruples with quest check for some reason. Options. I don't want you to be able to choose a campaign if the campaign's query is loading. And then if you change it, set target campaign to the new value. Okay, the website is not angry at me anymore. Alright. What did the autocomplete think I was trying to do? That is not what I was trying to do, but good try. So I probably want an icon on here. The button says add to party loot. You should not be able to click the button if the campaign's query is loading or you don't have a target campaign. And if you click it and you're actually allowed to click it, then I need to add a new method so that you can actually add loot. I already have it. Yeah, update campaign. I guess I could use this one. No, this one is the right one. Campaigns.this.use mutation. You also shouldn't be able to click the button if you are currently if you have already clicked the button. So if this dot is loading, and I'm gonna do two things in here. I'm going to first call this thing. honestly do not remember what kind of argument it takes. No, this is incorrect. What do you mean only set? Is it because I'm using this thing? Ah, that's awkward. Because how do you add items if you can't do a push? You can do a push. My autocomplete was just drunk. Ah, and then I need to actually transform this into a list of items. So if I do this, it shouldn't be angry at me anymore. Okay, yeah, it is still angry at me because I forgot this. Oh, still angry? Oh, it's fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is the thing I actually wrote tests for. It's basically allowing the client to send me database updates, except I'm doing a whole bunch of type validation on it to make sure that they're not updating fields in a way that I do not allow. Which is basically something I wouldn't recommend doing. But once you have it, it's just really powerful because you can use the same logic in the front and the back, in the server and the website. So I have a list of item quantities and items by category. And I have the creature's loot. Okay, so I'm gonna start with an empty array and then I'm gonna fill it up. And there goes my arbitrary cool. Listen, you can do some pretty wacky stuff with this, but I'm not letting you do anything I wouldn't let myself do, basically. You shouldn't be able to break things if I did my code, my tests right. Oh, this is ugly. I hadn't realized because I hadn't saved yet. But this is disgusting. Okay, this is still terrible. This is slightly better. But I'm gonna increase the gaps between the sections. Yeah, that's a bit better. Also need a gap here. And I probably need to align my stuff properly and make stuff bold. There we go. I want my actions field on my character sheet to include a fully functional mess emulator. If I did things right, this shouldn't be possible. If I did things wrong, let me know, because I'm interested. Should I also add like a function where you can choose a character in that campaign and then add the loot to that character directly? It's a bit more work, but it's not that much. We'll see. I'm gonna run a couple playtests just with this and see how much of a need there is for some more options. Okay, so for every single loot, if actually, yeah, I should get the ID here. So if item is in the loot.item.id, otherwise loot.type. If we roll that item new items.push, this is the logic bit that is always a bit weird. Otherwise it is item by category, loot.type. I think that is correct. But I also want to take the quantity into account. My autocomplete is a beast. It guessed exactly what I wanted to do. So now, if there's a quantity, then I have an item I need to actually push. Actually, let's bring that over here just to make it a bit cleaner. How did it figure out what I wanted to do? I don't even have a job and I'm gonna lose my job to AI. Yeah, this does look correct. Before I do this, I think I should probably add a dialogue. No, I'm just gonna add like a notification in the corner after it's successful. But before I do that, I'm just gonna see if it's not giving me something completely silly. So randomize all. So there are 3 items here. Cool. Perfect. If I do this, there should now be 9 items. Cool. What's an item that is stackable that I could test? Probably a frag grenade. Okay, so now if I roll the loot, I'm just gonna make this 0 to make this a bit easier to see. If I roll the loot, the frag grenade should only appear once, but it should appear with a quantity of 2. Frag grenade quantity 2, that's perfect. I'm just gonna remove this because that's a lot of loot for basically the weakest enemy in the game. Why is it still angry at me? Okay, it's just taking some time. Okay, so that should now work. What does this return? Does this return like a successful kind of a... Where is it? It doesn't return anything. Cool, 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 cool. I like it when I do something stupid like this. It doesn't return anything. Does this return anything? Okay, I have no idea. I cannot tell if this is successful. Cool, cool, cool. This is absolutely not a problem. Probably. Okay, so now this should take a bit longer when I actually press the button. But there should be like a little message showing that it's successful. Interesting. You're not a player in this campaign. Okay. I'm the GM. Let me do the thing. Ah. Oh, that is unfortunate. Yeah, I'm gonna need to switch to this one. I'm also going to need to do this. Restart TypeScript server. It's a thing you have to do with TypeScript because it's working perfectly fine and Microsoft did their job right. Loot dialogue. Why is this angry at me now? Yeah, I'm fine with that. Okay, so I'm gonna switch to from update my campaign inventory to update my campaign period, which means I might have to change this. No, it's just working. Okay, cool. Oh, I should add an exception here. If you're not adding any items, I shouldn't actually use the thing. What's the message I should post here? Because this is not an error. This is a thing that can just happen every now and then. Oops, what did I do? There we go. I guess this could be a memo, and then I could just disable the button if this is empty. Yeah, that's probably cleaner. That's probably a whole lot cleaner. I need to update this whenever a creature changes. I need to update this whenever quantity by item ID is updated. I need to update this whenever item by category is updated. And I think that's it. Yep. So now I don't need to test this because I'm just gonna have an empty array here. I'm not going to be able to click anyway. That does make things easier. Should probably also hide this entire section if the user is not logged in. Just because they won't be able to use it anyway. And that should be good to go. Am I not logged in? Yeah, I am logged in. Okay. Then I'm not logged in anymore. What? What? Oh. I just had it the wrong way around. I was checking that I was logged out. Okay, I should also probably disable this button if the result is empty. I already have. Oh. I'm getting everything flipped the wrong way around. There we go. Okay, so now if I roll, and I managed to roll all zeros, cool. Perfect. This should work. Loot added, and I should have a random pistol in this campaign. There we go. Let's just test it a couple more times, just in case. Now this should add a combat knife. Perfect. Yeah, this is working just fine. Is this the entire thing? Oh no, I forgot. In the loot table, there's items, but then there's also resources. So I need to also have the resources inside the loot table. So they're going to be between the randomize all button and the items. So here. So like this should be fine. So I iterate over every single resource. As the resource name. It's never going to have a type, but it is going to have a quantity, so I'm going to copy paste this thing. it's mostly the same thing, except I'm using the resource as the map ID. Then I need a button to randomize it. Which I'm going to turn into a function just so I can have it in the randomize all button as well. That's just going to make my life easier. Actually, let's just copy paste this entire thing. This is not looking very good, but it should be fine. Do I have an odds of dropping the resource as well? Yeah, I have a drop chance on the resource. So this is I just checked. And then I just set the quantity like this. It should work just fine. Oh, I can get a random ingredient as well. So that makes things a bit weirder. But it's fine. Okay, so now, if it is a random resource, I am selecting a resource type at random. Let me just find the max and the min here. That's a bit cleaner. Actually, even cleaner like this. What do you mean, any? Okay, TypeScript is really struggling today. But it should be fine. Oh, there's a bit of a problem though. Because if I have... Well, I can't show right now because it's not compiling. Because here I get chips and then I get random ingredient, which could be chips. So if I roll the two of them, so the random ingredient should actually get a type here. That makes things complicated. Why did I decide to do things like this? So if the resource is random ingredient, and then I need to select here where the value is because resources are not items, so I can't put it in that same map. Means I'm going to need a new variable. Okay, why is it still angry at me? It's not, it just took a while to compile. Okay. So the options are the different ingredients. Okay. Well, that's going to make things so unnecessarily difficult. I'm not rolling for the resource here. I'm going to roll for the resource in another place. And then if the resource type is random ingredients, then I do this and it should work. Perfect. One small quality of life thing is if the quantity is 0, I'm just gonna display nothing here. I don't know why it's not working. I'm gonna try to do it with the items first, because maybe that might give me some information. And now it's working. Why is it not working for this? Should probably add something in that button. It's just really ugly right now. I feel like this is one of those cases where I'm going to figure out the mistake I've made is really simple and silly, but it's going to take me way too long to find it. How about if it's an empty string like this? Okay, now it's working. Okay, I literally didn't change anything, and now it's working. Cool. It was not the usual scenario, but yeah, it works now. Okay. Why is this angry at me now? I guarantee you this thing exists. I really don't like doing that, but I guess I'll just give it a hint. This is really not something you're supposed to do, but right now I do not understand why it's not working just by itself. Okay, so then I need to plug these two new buttons inside the randomize all button. So that's here. In creatures.resources. The amount of hoops you have to jump through just to make TypeScript behave properly. Always pleasant. Okay, but now I have a completely randomized table. I just need to actually take this into account when I'm adding the party loot, because the party inventory also has resources at the bottom. So if I go to this thing, it's going to be increase. I just thought of a thing. Because I have items and I have resources. And I need the operation to be disabled if you don't have any items or resources. But if you even have just one of them, it should work. So I'm just gonna make this a bit cleaner like this. So not result.length and not ingredients. I don't know coding at all, I'm just here to support. Yes, this is absolute witchcraft, don't worry. But if I do my job right, you're gonna have a nice little interface to roll some random loot. This is also going to be a memo, just because I don't want to calculate it every single time. So this is a map where the key is a resource. And the value is a number. Looks really cool, thank you. I hope it's going to be useful, but we already have the first half of this working, where you can roll items, and it adds them to the party inventory over here. So this is a campaign, and there's a shared loot, which every single player can add items from, take items from, etc. And now I just need to actually get the second half of that working, which is the ingredients that you can loot as well, the crafting ingredients. There's going to be a bit of red for a while. What did I call this? Random ingredients. Okay. So for each resource of the lootable resources, I do not know why it is angry at me right now. We're just gonna ignore this and pretend it works, and hopefully it will. I get the min, the max, and the odds from this. Then I calculate whether or not this resource is actually present. Oh, not here. Because when I get to this point in the code, I should already have calculated all of this. I should already have done all of the dice rolls. Is this Java or C#? Neither of these. This is JavaScript. It's running all in your browser. So the quantity for this is just a nice little lookup in here. I'm just gonna restart TypeScript again, just because it's really not helping me right now. And then if the resource is random ingredient, then the actual resource is this, otherwise I just use it directly. And once I have the type of resource and the quantity, I just need to save it. And that is my result. I did a bit of coding before, but I got confused, even with just doing 2D movement. That is the one thing that you get to use Pythagoras' theorem in real life. That's all I remember about 2D movement. Why is this still angry at me? Because this should be... Yeah, this is correct. I'll actually type it just in case. Why is this angry? I don't get it. Wow, nothing is working as it should right now. Is it because this thing is defined elsewhere, maybe? No, not even that. Is it this? It might have been this. Okay, it was just this. Ooh! The syntax of this thing is sometimes a bit of a mess. Use ChatGPT a tiny bit to see where I can reverse engineer. So if you're gonna code and you're gonna use an AI, you should probably not use ChatGPT. It's not very good at what it does. It's really more suited to prose and text in general. If you're gonna use AI for code, which there are ways to do like completely ethically, by the way, like the AI I'm using is trained on open source only. You should probably use like Tab9 or Copilot instead. It's just trained to do this kind of thing a whole lot better. We've seen a couple of examples of this in this stream already, where it just kind of predicted everything I wanted to do and more. Like it's really a whole lot better for devs. Okay, so for this, okay, this is a map, which means I want to disable this button if you don't have any resources and you don't have any items. Then if you have at least one of these, I can do this. So if you don't have any items, then this isn't, then you don't push any items because you don't have anything to push. Otherwise, you push the items you do have. Then, if you don't have any resources, you skip this step. Otherwise, you increase every resource on the character sheet by the right amount, which is going to be I guess I need to change the indexes from this. Ingredients result. So I have 3 utility functions, and I always get them confused. Why is it not finding it? Oh god, I lost my ability to actually import code from other parts of my stuff. Don't have it in this project? I can't believe I've never needed this in this project. I have keys. Okay, then I guess I'm gonna need to bring this over from another project. Okay, there it is. So I have enum map, which takes an array, which is not what I want. I have array map, where you give a new key to an existing value, which I don't think is what I want either. And I have Bojo map, which gives a new value to an existing key, which is also not what I want. Cool. I guess the closest one would be this one, and then I can do some magic, some witchcraft. Let me actually bring the dock as well. Otherwise, I'm never gonna remember which one does what. Why does it not find it? How about here? Okay, there we go. Sometimes TypeScript needs a bit of help. Okay, so this thing is going to assign the values from an array, which means I need the values from my map, and then based on just the index of this value, I can get the corresponding key. And then I can finally add a prefix in front of it. And then, of course, I got the name of my variable wrong. Because otherwise it would be too easy. Because I swear I haven't spent half an hour on just this already. Oops. Can you repeat what open source AI you use for coding? It's called Tab9. It's if I can actually find my web browser. It's kind of the main competitor to Copilot, which is made by Microsoft. The main difference between the two is that Microsoft trains their AI on every single GitHub project ever, which is not very nice because a lot of those are private. Whereas Tab9 is only trained on open source software. Like they actually have a license to do it. Which is like the bare minimum you kind of expect people to respect when it comes to AI, but yeah, we live in a world. Unfortunately, that does mean Copilot is going to be much better than Tab9, but Tab9, like, it's still pretty good. At least from my experience. I'm on the free version too. Like, there's a paid version which is slightly more powerful than the one I use, but it's good enough, at least for me. Already gets me a bit of productivity boost every now and then. Like, for example, if I want to just have a comment on this, I can just go Tab9, document this. Oh, they have implemented new stuff, so I can't use the old stuff until they brag about the new stuff that they just made. I don't think I care about any of these. How do I exit? I know I was singing your praises and then you do the thing. No. No. Did you say you also use Copilot? No, I don't use it. Tab9 is bad now. It's official. I don't know how to exit this ad, basically, that they've just forced me to view. I was singing its praises too. Well, don't use AI. That's the lesson here, folks. Everything sucks. Trek, do you think there's a genre of TTRPG that could get way more popular in the near future? So I have ideas. I just don't have infinite time. Here's the thing. One of the reasons Playful is sci-fi is that when it comes to fantasy, we kind of have a oversaturated market. Like there's so many fantasy RPGs that sometimes do things slightly differently, but ultimately they just let you tell the same stories in slightly different ways. I think, personally, what I would want is a bunch of systems that let you tell new stories. That's why this is sci-fi, is because there's a whole lot of unexplored territory in sci-fi. But that's not the only genre that doesn't have as many tabletop RPGs as fantasy. Like there's a whole lot of genres. You could look at, for example, one thing that is pretty popular is what I call reverse isekai or gate. One pretty famous example of this is Solo Leveling. Like, there is no tabletop RPG for this thing. If there was, people would absolutely buy it in droves. Like, this would be a huge hit. At least I would. Please make this. I don't have infinite time, so I can't do it myself, so please make this. It's basically like modern fantasy, I guess, is one way you could put it. Where people have magic abilities, but they also have smartphones. What do you use to code? So yeah, Unity is more for game dev. It will let you do things a whole lot more performant than what I do. But for web dev, you usually use this thing, Visual Studio Code. Or, if you're a crazy person, I guess you could use NeoVim, but I'm not a crazy person. I'm still yearning for a tabletop RPG that does tactical combat in the ludicrous high power shonen genre. Yes, please give me this exact gif of Ichigo lightning step gif. This thing. I want a fighter that does this. If you give me a fighter that does this in any system ever, I will give you money. Okay? This is a deal. You can either accept it and make this game and get my money, or not make this game and not get my money. I want to roll dice to move faster than sight. Yes, exactly. Like, if your level 20 fighter cannot slice a mountain in half, why are we even playing, you know? Like, what is the point? Okay, I was writing code and the code was angry at me. Why exactly? The type of ink. Huh. I guess I don't need this. It's not going to help the compilation, but it would at least remove one level of abstraction that is completely unnecessary. If this was the only change I forgot. Okay, it's not. Maybe what this little thing needs is some extra type safety. So I should be able to say as with this thing. I think that's a thing you can do in TypeScript. Yeah, there we go. Considered the design of a DBZ inspired tabletop RPG, and I think the strategy would be focused around managing your energy. You could do that, but here's the thing. Do these manga type fights ramp up or down over time? Is the kind of the question you have to answer. Like, do they start throwing their strongest moves at the start and then they run out of juice? Or do they get stronger as the fight goes on? And then unlock new forms and then use new moves? Because to me, it's the typical shonen anime type fight. It kind of follows that second formula, right? So if you design a game that's about like resource management and being very careful of what you spend, what you don't spend, like you might get that first formula instead at the table. There's a tabletop RPG called Kamigari God Hunters. Might fit into the high power shonen genre. I haven't heard about that one. Let me Google real quick. Yep. Out of the screen, just in case. Of course, the cover art has someone in a school uniform. Cool. We know exactly who the target audience is, I guess. Control your role. Is there a preview? And is the preview something I can show on stream safely? Because you never know with anime, you know? Okay, it's just the sheet. Kamigakari. Okay. Just saying hi because I love you all. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. This is a bit of a dev stream, so it's going to be extremely nerdy today. Sorry. There's not going to be a whole lot of world building or game design going on today. Okay, I think I only need to change one thing. First of all, I need to test this. So here, if I add this party to the party loot, I should see 4 added here to the electronics. Let's see if this works. It works. And if I do it again, I should now see 8. Cool. I have not broken anything, I don't think. That is good news. Because it's not usual. Okay, and if I put zeros everywhere, I should not be able to click this button. And right now I am able to click this button, which is not good. So why does it let me click? I should get rid of this. I'm not using it at all. Need this to actually be after I calculate all of this nonsense. Trying to learn dev stuff, so this is perfect. Well, I hope what I'm doing is intelligible in one way or another. Okay. So I don't have any items. Oh, okay. It's letting me click because it still has the resources. It's just those resources have a 0 for the quantity. So I should be able to fix this by just going if quantity is different from 0, then you set it, otherwise you don't. Okay, and now everything is 0 and I am not allowed to actually add the party loot. Cool. And the moment one of them is not 0, it becomes possible again. Cool. That's perfect. I think that's all I wanted to do for this loot table thing. It does not look very nice. Is the only thing. Oh, I should probably have a thing here with the same as I did here, which is the quantity you can get and the odds you can get it. So might as well do this. Oh god, where did I put it? Here, okay. So it's going to be the same as this over here. Except for resources, so it's going to look a bit different. Resource.odds. Okay, it's creature, because resource is the key. So resources with the key of resource dot odds. Now I should be able to actually have it. Okay, this is my object. I'm just gonna try to indent this so it's a bit easier to read. Oh god, that is not easy to read whatsoever. So let's go like this. Okay, it's a bit better. And now we do have the drop chance and the drop quantity. We just don't have a space between the two. Okay. And then for the resource, I want the symbol for the resource, but I also want the name of the resource. So, how do I get that? It's... If it's random ingredient, I just print the random ingredient. Otherwise, it's going to be resource name map of resource. And then the resource itself, which is the glyph. And I think this should be correct. Okay, so we have chips. I just need to actually capitalize it. Otherwise, it's ugly. Do I have a utility function for that? Because I don't want to write it today. Validate. That's the RPC, that's something completely different. Sanitize. Capitalize. That's the one. Perfect. I need to actually import it. Otherwise, this thing doesn't work. Okay, chips with a capital letter, and then the glyph, and then the drop chance and the drop quantity. So yeah, I think this is done. Yeah. I think this is done. Okay, so I'm just gonna put this on the actual website real quick. I do need to check if I haven't introduced any bugs, and the way I do that is just by running a build real quick. I don't know if you can hear it through the mic, but my computer is working really hard right now. It's kind of trying to become a rocket and just go into orbit. Okay, so I don't think I've introduced any bugs, so this entire thing should be online in like 5 minutes. If I set everything up just right. Yep. So that's item 1 on my little live stream plan. Where's OBS? Here it is. That was item 1, the party loot version 2, the party loot that you can actually roll and then use. I'm going to take a quick little break just to get some air into my brain, and then as you can see, the second part that I wanted to work on, and this is going to be even more migraine inducing, is I wanted to work on Atom 20, the Chrome extension, and basically just make it compatible with my website. I've also talked with a few creators who wanted to use Atom20 for their own website, like they're building their own platform. So I have a plan for that. But I'm going to talk about that after the break. So yeah, see you in like 5 minutes. Hello again. Oh, got a message while I was away. Hey, appreciate your approach to D&D and solving common-ish TTRPG problems in general. Cool channel, rock and roll. Thank you! Hope you enjoyed the last video. Oops. I'm gonna be working on a quest check tomorrow, actually. Just going through people's feedback and trying to implement a lot of small quality of life improvements. Just trying to make the website just as good as possible, basically. And yeah, after that, I don't know how many features I'll be able to like whip out tomorrow. It might take a couple extra streams, just because the video has been that successful that I've just gotten a ton of feedback on it. Like, let me actually find you an example of this. Here. So this video currently has 17k views, which is not usual for this channel. It's not exactly what I'm used to, as you can see on this thing. The gray part, oh sorry, I'm not actually showing you my screen. Yeah, the gray part is expected, like it's the normal views for my channel, and then the blue part is just when things happen to go a bit too right. So yeah, I've gotten a bunch of feedback on the website, and yeah, I'm just gonna try to get through as much of it as possible tomorrow. But for today, what I want to try to do is I have a little web browser here with Atom20 on it. So if I go to this stat block and I click this button, it should roll a bunch of dice on Roll20. That's a lot of dice. What I want to do is make it so when you're on my Flareful website and you use an attack, instead of showing it here, it's gonna show it here on Roll20 as well. I already have a bit of an idea of how I want to do it. Basically, because I'm not the only one who wants to make new tabletop RPGs, because there's a lot of people who are building their own apps to play their own games. What I want to do is kind of make this a sort of universal browser extension, where people who are building these apps can just plug into it. So the way it works, or the way I want it to work, is basically it's going to add a variable to the global scope, which means basically, if I go to my console, oh god, Roll20, what is up with your logs? If I go to my console, I should be able to go Atom20, and that's going to be an object that is defined, and people can access. And if they want to make it do things, they can make it do things. Except the only two things they're going to be able to do is send a message to Roll20, and maybe later, if I'm good enough at this, I might be able to also include Owlbear, Foundry, and Alchemy, but no promises for now. I haven't even begun to figure out how to make it work on Firefox to begin with, so there's a lot of work on this thing still to be done. And the second thing they're going to be able to do is to synchronize attributes, so basically just hit points. So the question is, how do I get this done? If you already have the extension right now, like on your browser, you basically have all of this except this new folder called Other, which is basically what is going to run on anything except Roll20 and Google Sheets. And I've tried to do some TypeScript just to give myself an idea of how things will work, will need to work at least. First thing is I probably need to request permission to Google Sheets and Roll20 and Flareful, but then I would need to update the browser extension whenever someone else besides just me implements the Atom 20 like plugin basically. So that would be a bit of a pain. So I think with just this it should be able to run anywhere. Then in the Chrome content, I've already done this. I've worked a bit on this on Sunday, but I was a bit of a wreck just because the video was coming up and I didn't know how well it would do. And my last video did really poorly, so I was a bit of a nervous wreck, so I didn't get much done on Sunday. But I did have this, which means basically now I am injecting a bit of JavaScript into every page. The bit of JavaScript that I've implemented here, you need to send a message here. You get an event. I'm gonna need to just actually console.log. What does the event look like? So if I go to Flareful, I actually need to reload this thing. There we go. And then when I reload the Roll20 website, it should send a message to my other tab. Let's see if that works. It doesn't look like it did. There's a bunch of issues, but that's different. That's just me being a bad dev. So I'm probably not sending the message. So in the background, okay, so right now I'm just running this huge background script, but this is mostly just me throwing a bunch of queries at Google Sheets just to get like your Atom 20 configuration. Like this is how the extension works. Is basically you need to set up a page that looks like this, that tells the extension what to do. So I'm probably not going to touch any of that. I'm just gonna leave it as it is, and that's gonna work just fine. And instead, in this file directly, I'm gonna add a new thing. Whenever the tabs get updated, I need to send some kind of a heartbeat just to tell the other tabs what to do. I do not know the API by heart, and this is in plain JavaScript, so it's going to be a pain. Because I'm not getting any autocomplete on this. So Google API on tabs updated. Chrome runtime. I really don't like working with like Google APIs in general. They're just made for people who are smarter than me. They're really complicated for probably very good reasons. It's just a bit of a pain to work with sometimes. How do you know when a tab is updated? I'm sure you can know that. I think if I do this, so browser dot tabs dot on, what is it? And then you add a listener. Let's just first check if this is actually working at all. If I go to my extension, what do you mean errors? Okay, because I changed the host permission to this, Google is angry at me because it doesn't want that. Like, it doesn't understand what this means. So, Google, Chrome, extension, manifest, v3, because otherwise the extension would get deleted in like 2 months. That would be a bit of a pain if I don't use the latest version. All host permission. We'll be changing host permissions to be optional by default, which means I probably don't need to specify them whatsoever. Have they changed it, or are they going to change it? It looks like they've already changed it. Cool. Oh, but I also have matches here. What is this? Okay. Manifest v3. Match all hosts. It looks like I just need this. Oh, this is ugly. I don't know. I don't think this is gonna work. Yeah, it's not working. If you use a wildcard in the host pattern, it must be the first or only character. I guess that means this would be viable, maybe? Absolutely not. Okay, cool. Special cases. There we go. All URL. That's the wildcard I was looking for. This thing, and same here. Does this compile now? Or is Chrome still angry? It is still angry. Browser is not defined. Huh. Okay, so at least now it compiles and it gets to this point, and that is where it gets hungry. I'm just gonna show the error because it's really silly. It's telling me browser is not defined and I don't have anything called browser anymore. You love to see it. Okay, now it compiles. So now, if I go to the logs of the actual Chrome extension, and I try to update a tab, I should get an event in there. The fact that I didn't is a bit of a problem. Maybe if I create a new tab? Nope. Okay, cool. Chrome tabs unupdated. That should be the right thing. How about if I change to a different page, like this? No message. Cool. You love to see it. Am I looking at the wrong things? Nine hidden. Why is it hiding? Okay. I was in the wrong tab. Can you hear the despair in my voice right now? Cool. It's fine. I just wasted 5 minutes. It is what it is. So I am getting the event now. And if I go to this, for example, it should say 10. It's not 10, but it's, yeah, at least I get a new message now. Okay. So, when I receive a tab updated event, I should check whether or not you have a tab open on Roll20, and if you do, I send a heartbeat telling every one of you. I have the URL somewhere here. There we go. Roll20 editor. And it's a promise. So if I do this, then now whenever I update one of the tabs, I need to restart the Chrome extension. Okay, now if I update one of the tabs, I get a list of all of the tabs which are on Roll20 right now. Cool. Then I need to send, so now I can calculate if Roll20 is open or not. This one is not going to work anymore, but this one should. Okay, so now I update the tab. Roll20 is open. I close Roll20. It's not sending me a false. I should probably subscribe to a different event as well, like on closed. Is there a closed here on removed? That would work for me. Okay. So I update the tab. It's telling me that Roll20 is open. I close Roll20. It's telling me that Roll20 is closed. I reopen Roll20. It's telling me that it's open. Cool. Everything's working. Then I need to send a message, and I don't remember how you do this in Chrome extensions because it's been a while. Where is it? Chrome tabs, send message. Oh, you need to target a specific tab. Ah, that's unfortunate, because I really wish you didn't have to do that. you have to do that? Chrome. Send message. It takes a tab ID and it takes a message. Ah, that's annoying. You can't just broadcast a message to every single tab. I mean, I guess you can, it's just gonna be brute force and it's gonna be ugly, but might as well. So for every single tab, send message. The API is not even correct. Okay, and this is where I need to check my types to make sure I'm sending the right type of message. And this is what I'm sending. So Atom 20 heartbeat and is roll20 present. This. I guess I'll rename this. Here. Okay. So if I now go to my content script, when I receive a message from Chrome, I need to actually just print it to see what it says. Okay, reload the extension real quick. The extension's reloaded, so now it should work. If I go back to Roll20, there we go. Maybe I need to reload this page as well. Could not establish connection. Receiving end does not exist. Oh god. Oh, that's annoying. So I need to wrap every single one of these in some kind of a try-catch. Just to make sure. I gotta go, but I'm glad I could catch another stream. Good luck with the code adventure. Thanks you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is going to be like so useful if I manage to pull this off. But it is a bit of a head scratcher, for sure. So Chrome content, no, Chrome background. Okay, so the background script is going to need to check if every single one of these results in an error. Okay, reload the Chrome application. Reload the logs. And then retry this thing. Okay, I got the heartbeat. Cool. And if I close Roll20, I should see a new heartbeat telling me that it's closed immediately. Cool. And if I reopen it, new heartbeat. I get a bunch of heartbeats actually. Oh, that is disgusting. Okay. So back to the content script. I'm getting this as an object, so I don't need to do any serialization, deserialization. That makes my life easier. So when I get a message from Chrome, I post it to the window, and then the window is going to listen to it. I post it to the window with a target of inject. Okay. And then if the target is inject, okay, that's where I should be. Okay, reload the Chrome extension again, reload the page again. Okay, received message from background script. This is in the content script. Cool. Is that not how I typed it? Send message, and it's this exactly. It should be correct. This is not payload though. It's is Roll20 open. Am I just not injecting it properly? Inject script, this thing. If I look at my other inject scripts, the ones that currently work, it's window.add event listener message, and here it's window add. How about I remove the try catch just because it's not a good way to do things anyway. Oh yeah, and try catch is not defined. That might be the reason. Yeah, try catch is not defined, that's the reason. So reload this thing, reload this thing, reload this thing. Always a pleasure working with Chrome extensions. Okay. Oh, now I now get the message all the way to the window from the other tab. And the message is here. But there's a target. Why is there a target? Oh, because that's a separate event. Okay, cool. So target, inject, and message is my message. Okay, cool. I think I have an idea of what's happening. So we get this far. We get to, we're now using Atom20, which means I can define an Atom20 variable in the global scope, and I need to change how this works because I changed the API that I wanted to use a bit. So this is how it should look like. So window.atom20 equals send to roll20 is a new function which takes in a message. Let me make sure I agree with the thing I said I would do. Okay, so roll20 macro message. So type is atom20 macro. I think YouTube might have broken down somehow. I'm losing 20 packets per second. That's always a good sign. Where's my stream? Stream health. Oh, it looks like it's on. Okay, cool. So I have the roll20 method here, and then I have this thing. So this is just going to look like this. And it should look, the message I sent should look like this. I'm just gonna copy paste it to be safe. But the rest of the code is going to be the exact same thing. It's just those 3 lines that need to go here. Character name, I have it. Attributes, I have it. Cool. So that's all if roll20 is open. Otherwise, I delete Atom20 from the global scope. And that should do it. In theory, I think. Let me just double check. Oh yeah, I just double checked by actually. I need to reload everything. Bunch of messages in the chat, but now if I go atom 20, this thing is defined. So I can actually use it. Then go back to Flarefall and I run this thing. And I basically just, I guess, drop the Atom 20 definition file in here somewhere. I probably don't need that first bit, just the actual declaration. And I go to my dice roll thingy. If window.atom20, do I have a declare here that I should get rid of? Yep. There we go. So instead of the official website, let's go to my dev website. And if I am right about this, I should be able to at least send messages from here all the way back to the background script, which will then be able to give it back to Roll20 somehow with magic. Let's go to a stat block just because that way I'm sure I have something to roll. Okay, so when I click here, it's sending stuff to the background script. Right now, that's not doing anything because the background script is just not doing anything with it. But at least I'm sending information all the way back to the background script, which has access to all of the tabs. Let's go back to the background. Let's try to print this message that I just got back. So Chrome tabs on message. That's not the right one. What is... Is it this thing? Chrome runtime? It does not know this thing. Okay, cool. Okay, so just as always, reload the extension, reload the logs. I guess reload the page as well. Let's just go to this page because it has a few more rollable numbers. There we go. Okay. So just send this. It will be fine. Reload everything. Okay, cool. Then, in the background script, if you have received the message, first of all, I need to check that type. Because I don't want to forward every single type of message. I only want to forward... which ones is it? Roll20 macro message and attribute sync message. Those are the ones I want to forward directly. So if this includes the type, I try to find the list of tabs you have open to Roll20. And then for every single one of them, I need to send a message to that tab. Which means now, if I reload everything for the 14th time, so I just need to reload everything again. This, reload. Okay, background script, could not establish connection, receiving end does not exist. So that just means I need to start editing the Roll20 script, which has so much stuff on it. What? Should already have a listener as well. But I guess if I reload this, okay. Asm 20 Cannot destructure properly character name or payload. Okay, it's just trying to destructure something that doesn't exist. So first, let's actually print this thing. So I can see what it looks like. Reload everything. Close this. Reopen it. Reload this. Reload that. Working with Chrome extensions is so much fun. And then if I do this, it should appear here. Okay, so type roll20, atom20 heartbeat, atom20 macro. So I've introduced 3 new types of messages. First, let's do this. If roll20 content script. Cool. So that's the old code, which I'm not gonna touch because it works and I don't want to break it. I might make it a bit better later, but for now, this is good enough. Uh, if I have this, then I have a nice little function that does exactly what I want. It has a character name instead of just a message. I think the idea was you get to select a character and speak as that character. For now, let's keep it simple. Maybe I can make it better next time. So character name is going to be empty string, and the message is going to be message dot message, which is kind of silly, but oh well. Yeah, that's right. If it's an attribute update, then where do I get the character name and attributes? I have them in the message, so it should work right out of the gate, in theory. Roll20 content script. Message dot character name message dot attribute. Reload everything. Close the DevTools everywhere. Reopen the DevTools. Reload this page. Reload that page. Wait until Roll20 actually loads. Which can take a while. I think everything has loaded. Okay. What? Why am I not getting to the bit of code that I was supposed to get to? I guess I'm reloading everything. Reload. Reload. Wait 40 seconds and see if I missed a message in the chat. The floating eyeball automaton. The myth, the legend. The very confused dev right now. Okay. Got a message from a V2 app, but then it didn't do anything with it. What? Oh, it got a bunch of heartbeats. Which I don't have any use for, but it's good that it got them, I guess. What about if I press this again? Does it receive anything? Yeah, it did receive something. Okay, so why does it not go into this? Okay, reload everything again, just so I can see what went wrong. Okay. It is a macro message. So then why is it not sending the macro? Send chat message. Do I get to this bit of the code? I like the fact that I have to reload everything every 30 seconds. It's definitely good for my mental health. It's supposed to have clicked it. What is happening? I guess one thing I should probably try to see if is just the message empty. Because if it is empty, that would explain it. In that case, I need to go to the Flareful code. Because that will just be quicker. Yeah, the message is empty. Okay, I just hadn't finished writing this function. Okay. So I have to sanitize the formula to replace things like plus S with plus 5 if your speed is 5. So I understand what this does. There's an attack. I need to sanitize the attack as well. Cool. I'm okay with that. Sorry. Then yeah, I just need to actually use the Roll20 format. I have some examples here. Oops. Okay, so I just need to replace the name with this. I think roles also have a title. Yep. So I have a title with the character name. That would be the description. And then if it's an attack, then you add a new line, I think is how it works. That's a dice formula, right? No, that is a dice formula, so I need to wrap it. And then I need to print the damage type. Ideally, this is also where I would handle advantage and disadvantage, but I'm going to keep it simple for now. That looks like a message that Roll20 would be able to handle. There we go. And if I'm right, this should still work. Maybe if I reload the page. Why did I break this? How did I break this? Can you only have a single listener or something? Because this worked earlier. I didn't change it on purpose, so I wouldn't break it. Oh god. Let's try rolling an attack just to see how it looks. Just gonna log in outside of the screen. There we go. So now this should have an attack. And there we go. Okay, yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. It's just, why did doing this break the rest of the extension? Hang on, did it say got message from V2 app? Let me clear this. That might just be the reason right there. What? Hang on. What is that? This extension is cursed. It's just cursed. Maybe I did change it and I'm just an idiot, and so I thought I didn't change it. That's always a possibility. Let me just reload everything. Reload Roll20, reload this thing, reload that thing. Okay. This. Doesn't work anymore. What? X is not defined. Okay, I broke something. Probably just a typo. This is not defined. Where is it though? Okay, which line? Send chat message line 51. There's nothing line 51. I think I might have done some minification and renamed some of my message. I broke everything. The culprit. This guy. It was a typo. Love having to reload everything again. Oh god. Okay, so as soon as this actually loads, I think it has loaded. I click this to verify. This still works. Now why does this not work anymore? Test remove me later. Oh, I think I know. Because I used to have a variable called message, and it isn't the same variable anymore. I think this should fix it. Very likely wrong though. Okay. Let's use the heavy maul. Payload is not defined. Where am I using payload directly? Oh god. This is where. Okay, just one more full reload of everything in the entire world, and I think we should be done. Okay, everything has loaded. And I can send attacks from Google Sheets. And I can send attacks. Okay, did the first thing break now? I just need to reload it. Okay, I can send attacks from both sources. You love to see it when these things actually work. This was so complicated. Then I need to test the second part of this. Which is, do the hit points sync up? So if I have someone called Victor, and I give it some attribute called HP. Is it HP capital H capital P? It should be in the portrait, I think. Okay, I have an HP component. So if window.atom20, window.atom20.sync attribute, it is typed, and it is HP capital H capital P. Which means if I go to Flareful and I update my HP like this, it has updated the HP here. Double check, back to 15. Okay, that's perfect. Let me check if I still have that character sheet. Because the bestiary I'm using doesn't actually have hit points set up since it's the bestiary. So let me see if I have the actual character sheet that I used as a demo a couple of times. I think I called it BitBoy something, BitBoy 3000. Okay, this guy is called Nounours. I have a character sheet called Nounours. He has hit points in capital letters. So let's go with 12. Attribute map is not defined. So this bit is broken. Oh, I should actually remove the log. Attribute map is not defined because it probably appears within the message itself. Types, attributes, attributes.payload.attribute map. Okay. Okay, and if I do this and I reload everything for the 200th time, Let's go with 5. I go to Norse. Hit points has not updated. Okay, cool. So everything that used to work still works. And now we have a bunch of new features. So I think that's a success. I think I've managed to pull this off. It's been like a year since I last looked at this Chrome extension's code, so it was really confusing to try to get back into it, but at least now this thing actually works. Okay, that is some good news. It's gonna make playtesting so much easier, both for me and like for a bunch of other people who were waiting on this. Okay, let me just... it might take a couple of days for this change to actually propagate online, just because whenever you upload, you update a Chrome extension, I think Google has to revalidate it, especially since I changed the manifest a bit to increase the amount of stuff it did. So added global variable hook, so any app could use Atom 20. Okay. Then I just need to zip it and then send it to Google, I think. It's been so long. Close this. And then zip. And then the rest of this process I really can't do on screen because Google is really bad at hiding like secret keys and stuff on their console. So I guess this is going to be the end of the stream. But I am just going to submit this to Google real quick. Make sure everyone can play with it within a couple of days, hopefully. Yep. And okay, what do I do next stream? Do I get started on the gadgets? Yeah, I think I want to get started on the gadget. Okay, so yeah, next stream, the gadget UI. Like the dev streams are obviously a bit less popular than the game design ones, but yeah, I hope everyone who watches until this point, probably the VOD later, yeah, I hope you have a nice day, and see you next time.